Readers. I can't read anymore. Yes.
Morning, everyone. My name is Janie Clanton, and we're going to start this morning with a prayer, as we usually do, to get our morning started.
Okay. Lord, we thank you today for goodness and your mercy, God. This is a day you have made. Let's rejoice and be glad in it, God. Help us and lead us in everything we do today. In Jesus' name.
Amen. To begin with, I'm wanting to speak a little bit about the board. It's made of 13 members. There's 7 RNs, 4 LPNs, 1 physician, and 1 consumer member. Today, we're a three-panel board with 1 alternate, and they will not participate in the deliberations or the decisions in this case. I'm going to start and let the board introduce herself and let our Attorney General introduce herself, and then let the attorneys introduce themselves, and then we'll get started. So start on that end.
Nancy Lawrence Johnson.
Sandra Culpepper, LPN.
Kristen Love, hearing officer.
Janie Clanton, RN.
Carly Walker, LPN.
Okay, well, I'll call this matter to order. Again, I am Kristen Love, the designated hearing officer for this matter today. We will begin with case number 2023-0276, Vicky Curry, license number P-316171. Again, I'm the designated hearing officer. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of this proceeding, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. The board members have introduced themselves at this time. I will note for the record, there is a quorum present. Will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee Vicky Curry, are you present?
Yes.
And are you represented by counsel?
No.
Questions for you. Do you understand the charges today, if they are substantiated against you, it could negatively impact your ability to practice nursing here in the state of Mississippi? Do you understand that you have a right to counsel today to represent you, considering the seriousness of the charges and the impact? All the same, you are here without counsel? And would you like to proceed today without counsel?
Microphone.
Okay, sorry.
So I'll just briefly outline for everyone what the hearing will look like. We'll begin with as you can see here, this is a court reporter. And our court reporter is recording and typing up everything that's said today. We'll begin with opening statements. With the opening statements, it's just your opportunity to sort of briefly give an overview of the evidence you will present today in support of, in your defense, or for the state in support of the charges against you. You can identify any witnesses you may have and what those witnesses are expected to testify today about. So that's the opening statements. The state will begin with its case, and you will have an opportunity to cross-examine the state's witness by asking questions, types of questions you believe that will support your defense against the charges. Then the state will, once the state express their case, it may be your opportunity to present your case to the board. The state counsel will ask you questions. The board may have questions for you. And then at the end, you can just sort of end with a closing statement. It's your last one, where's the board in defense of the charges against you. And with that, I'll ask if there are any preliminary matters.
Your Honor, I would request that we introduce into evidence exhibits B1 through B12.
Do you have any objection, Ms. Curry? For the introduction of to the edits of those records into
What are they? I mean, I'm not understanding.
so there are exhibits that the board council wants to put into the record to support their case against you. Would you like to take a minute to look at them?
Yes. Are they in this folder?
Yes, that's what they are. The first page is basically the table of contents.
Okay,
Objections?
no, ma'am.
So those exhibits are admitted into the record. Are there any individuals present that will be testifying today?
The board's gonna call investigator Tawanda Jones.
Ms. Curry, will you be testifying today on your behalf?
Yes,
Right, so at this time, I'm gonna ask the court reporter to swear you both in.
You please raise your hand. You understand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
yes.
I do. So now we'll begin with opening statements. Ms. Simpson.
Thank you. We're here today for disciplinary hearing before the board panel related to the nursing license of Vicky Curry. She was first licensed as an LPN in Mississippi in September of 1999. We are here today because it has been charged that she practiced outside her scope by telling a patient that had reported difficulty swallowing to gargle with warm salt water or warm honey and tea, and neither consulted with the provider before providing that advice, nor forwarded the patient's complaint to the treating physician. Thank you.
Any opening statement from you, Ms. Curry?
I do apologize. I did inform the patient to gargle with warm salt and water. And if he had any further complaints, to call us back. I did not say anything about the honey because I've never heard that before. I did not forward the complaint to Dr. Sanders, I think it was, because she was not at her desk and she was in the room with the other patients. And then after that, I got called away before I to let her know what was going on.
You'll get another opportunity to sort of. Case in chief, thank you.
The board calls investigator Tawanda Jones. State your name, attorney of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Wanda Jones, I live in Rankin County and I work for the Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
6 years.
And is it part of your duties with the board to investigate disciplinary matters that have been alleged against licensees?
Yes, it is.
If you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B3. And I believe that's on page 4, and identify that document, please.
This is the Mississippi Board of Nursing License Verification document
For whom?
for Vicky D. Curry.
And what is that license number?
316171.
And what is the license type?
A licensed practical nurse.
And if you would, please tell us what the license issue date is.
September 9th, 1999.
And what is the expiration date?
Expiration date is December 31st, 2023.
And does she have a compact license?
Yes.
And if you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B5, specifically turn into page 10 and identify that document, please.
B5, page 10 is an amended complaint.
And this amended complaint, did it change a date in the facts? Is that why the complaint was amended?
Yes.
And if you would, please briefly turn over to to Exhibit B12, which is on page 26. And would you identify that first document?
This is a USPS tracking report for certified mail that was sent to Ms. Curry.
And the next page, would you please identify that document?
The next page is an email between Ms. Curry and the board's attorney.
And the last page, would you identify that document?
The last page is a green card indicating that the certified mail was sent to Vicky Curry, and then it was returned to the Board of Nursing to the attention of Charlie Vickers.
And is it true pursuant to 30 Mississippi Administrative Code 2825, Rule 1.7 F1, that a complaint can be amended to correct a clerical error at any time up until the hearing?
That is correct.
And was Ms. Curry both served with the complaint and then subsequently the amended complaint in this case?
Yes, she was.
Returning to page 10, which is contained within B5. Would you please tell us what the amended complaint charges against the respondent?
Charge 1 The respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1C in that the respondent has negligently or willfully acted in a manner inconsistent with the health or safety of a person under the licensee's care. Charge 2, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1E in that the respondent has negligently and willfully practiced nursing in a manner that fails to meet generally accepted standards of such nursing practice. Charge 3, the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1L in that the respondent engaged in an unprofessional conduct as identified by the board in its rules, namely practicing nursing beyond the authorized scope of a license or directing others to practice beyond their authorized scope in violation of 30 Mississippi Administrative Code PT 2820R 1.2D. Charge 4, the respondent violated Mississippi Annotated Code 73-15-29-1K in that the respondent engaged in conduct likely to deceive, defraud, or harm the public.
And if you would, please tell us what additional facts are listed in the complaint related to these charges.
The additional facts are the respondent practiced nursing beyond her authorized scope as an LPN on or about December 7th, 2022, while the respondent was employed as an LPN at Baptist Medical Center in Pearl, Mississippi. A patient advised that his throat was closing up and that he was having difficulty swallowing. The respondent advised the patient to gargle with warm salt water or warm tea and honey. The respondent additionally advised the patient to call back if he still experienced issues with his throat. Although the patient's message was documented in the call log, the respondent admits that she forgot to forward the patient's complaint to the attending physician and admits that she did not consult with the provider before informing the patient on how to treat the issue.
Thank you. After receiving information related to this complaint, what did you do specifically to investigate the allegations?
After receiving the allegation and the case was assigned to me, I ordered records by way of subpoena and I interviewed different witnesses.
And do you know where Mrs. Curry was working at the time the complaint was made?
Yes, she was working at the Baptist Medical Clinic in Pearl, Mississippi.
And if you would, please turn to what has been marked as Exhibit B6, and it's on page 14, and identify that document, please.
Okay, B6 is a statement that is dated February 16th, 2023 from Miss Vicky Curry. And this statement was given to the facility where she worked regarding the December 7th, 2022 incident.
Could you read that statement to us?
Okay, the entire.
Yes.
Okay, on December 7th, 2022, I did not consult with provider as to what to do or how to go about handling the patient's inability to swallow. It was my oversight. I suggested to the patient to try warm salt water gargle and informed him to call back if he continued to have problems. I did not intentionally overlook his concern and was not being dismissive toward the patient's concern. I do apologize. We'll try to be more thorough in the future. End of report, Vicky Curry.
And if you would you tell us what the date of this statement is?
The date of the statement is February 16th, 2023.
Please turn to what's been marked as page 16, and that's Exhibit B8. Identify that document, please.
Exhibit B8 is a counseling interview record for Vicky Curry.
And is that a record from her employer at the time?
It is. It's from Baptist Memorial Health Care Corporation.
And looking at the bottom, where it says when, what dates does this incident report regarding?
The dates on the incident report are December 7th, 2022, and February 8th, 2023.
Would you read that first paragraph under current occurrence to us, please?
On December 7th, 2022, at 9:08 a.m., a patient contacted the clinic to notify his provider of a serious medical issue he was having and requested a call back. On December 7th, 2022, at 9:52 a.m., you stated you spoke with the patient regarding his concern and you informed the patient of how to treat the issue. You performed work that was outside the scope of your position. You then told the patient to call back if he continues to have problems, but try your suggestion first. You said the patient voiced understanding.
And then the patient returned a phone call on February the 8th, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And the patient was still experiencing the same issue.
Yes.
And if you would just drop down to that third paragraph and read us the first sentence of that paragraph.
Okay, the first sentence of that paragraph is, in your statement, you confirmed that on December 7th, 2022, you contacted the patient and gave the order without notifying the provider of the patient's condition.
And did you also obtain a statement from Mrs. Curry during your investigation?
I did.
Please turn to exhibit B9, and that's on page 18, and identify that document, please.
B9 is the statement that Ms. Curry gave to me once I made contact with her.
What's the date of that statement?
The date of this statement is April 28th, 2023.
And if you would, just please read those first 2 or 3 sentences to us of the statement.
On the date in question, the patient called and stated that his throat was closing. I instructed the patient to gargle with warm salt water several times and see if it helps. And if it did not get any relief, to call back. Patient verbalized understanding. Keep going.
If you would just drop down to where it says, yes, it could, and read those 2 sentences to us.
Yes, it could have been an emergency situation, but I did not hear any hoarseness or stridor in his voice. It was clear.
And the next sentence.
It was an honest mistake that I forgot to forward the complaint to the doctor. Keep going.
No. If you would, please turn to page 20, which is exhibit B10, and identify these documents.
Exhibit B10 are emails, inter-office emails from Baptist Hospital.
Okay. And do these indicate call logs from there?
Yes,
And
these are copies of the call logs.
And are these the documents that you received in response to your subpoena?
Yes,
And is it true and correct copy other than redaction of the patient's name of what you received?
yes, this is a true and correct copy.
And if you would, please drop down to Mrs. Curry's name on that first page and tell us what that entry was.
This is an entry made by Ms. Curry when she called the patient back in December of 2022.
Yes, please.
Spoke with patient concerning his sore throat and informed patient to gargle with warm salt water, drink warm water with lemon and honey. Patient voiced understanding. Patient states he is unable to swallow water, but can swallow small bits of food. Informed him to call back if he continues to have problems, but try my suggestions first. Patient verbalized understanding.
So did Mrs. Curry admit that she did not consult with the provider prior to advising the patient?
Yes,
And is it outside the scope of an LPN to diagnose and provide treatment advice to a patient without orders from a provider?
yes,
And she also admitted that she had failed to forward the patient's concern to the provider. Was that correct?
that's correct.
No further questions.
All right. Do you have any questions for the witness?
No, ma'am.
Board panel have any questions for her? Okay.
Ms. Jones, I just have a few questions. So previous to her taking the call, was there a visit made by that patient?
It
that would have
doesn't,
precipitated the follow-up?
no, I can't tell. I just have the message where he called in December and voiced complaint regarding his throat.
Well, somewhere and I'm just trying to reflect back, there was something in here in regards to he had a diagnosis of the flu.
But I'm not sure where that diagnosis was made, if it was there or another clinic.
So we have no documentation if he had previously been seen at that clinic before he called in. Is that,
No actual documentation, no, but it's inferred in the conversation.
is there any documentation from his visit with the ER that would reflect on the follow-up from her whole team?
No, I don't have any documentation from the emergency room.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? Any follow-up, Ms. Curry?
Ma'am. I also checked the patient chart after they called me into the office and told me about the complaint, and they wanted me to write my statement. So I had to go back to the patient chart and find out which, exactly what I said on that day, because I couldn't write something that I told her about 2 months later. I'm trying to think in my head, what did I say to the patient? I didn't not know what exactly I said. So I went back to his chart and I saw what I said to the patient and what the patient called about. And then I also looked to see if the patient had been to any Baptist or Baptist affiliated hospitals or clinics for any emergency, but there was none. So if we have Baptist is the same EPIC system as UMC, one of those Trust Care. So if he had went there, I would have seen that in this chart, but I did not see any of those appointments made or being seen from the patient. That's him being seen in the emergency room.
Okay. Any redirect?
Yes, Mrs. Curry.
Oh, for Ms. Jones.
Oh, no, Your Honor, sorry.
So, do you tend to your witness?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Any additional
Okay.
witnesses?
We have no further witnesses.
Okay, so at this time, Ms. Curry, you can sort of present your case, and I'm sure the board counsel may have some questions for you. So would you like for her to just start questioning you, or did you want to just sort of give some testimony right now about what happened and how you want to defend yourself against the charges against you?
Okay. Like I said, when the patient did call, yes, I did inform him to gargle. And I did not hear any hoarseness or anything, just like I said in my report, that has not changed. I instructed him to call back if he had any problems, and he did not call back. I was there like the next 4 days or whatever. And I never did talk to the patient again until, like he said, I talked to him on February the 7th. I don't remember even talking to him the February the 7th, but I guess I did because I wrote the note. Yes, I did tell him to gargle, but I did not tell him to ingest anything. I didn't tell him to swallow anything. I didn't know that I was doing anything wrong by telling someone to like gargle with warm salt and water. Or that's just like, I think that if I tell a patient, or they had a spider bite or something of that nature, to put ice on it or warm or heat pack on it, I didn't think that was out of my scope. Yes, I did not contact the provider because I probably at that time had to be called like 3 or 4 different areas before I had a chance to make a note to myself and contact the doctor when she got back to her desk or when I got back to my desk. But I do apologize. I didn't mean to sound like I was being dismissive to the patient, which I was not, because I felt like if I was being dismissive to, I wouldn't tell him to call back or not to even gargle with warm salt and water. I would just tell him to go straight to the emergency room, but I wanted him to try a home method and see if that worked first. But that's just how I felt about it at the time.
So, do you have any questions?
Yes, just a few. Mrs. Curry, if you would please state where you're currently employed.
Right now,
Yes.
at the with Quality Correctional Healthcare.
All right, Can you say that again?
Quality Correctional Healthcare.
Are you employed there as an LPN?
Yes,
And what's your educational background?
I have a bachelor's in criminal justice.
Where did you graduate from LPN school?
Holmes Community College, Grenada,
What year was that?
July 1999.
And you've been licensed as an LPN in Mississippi since 1999.
Yes.
And have you had any previous disciplinary actions with this board?
Other than one at the Baptist about with the COVID test, the COVID injections here at Baptist. No, not that I know of.
You said not other than an incident at Baptist related to COVID injections?
It's in here.
Did you come before this board panel related to that?
No, that was just I had to do some other continuing education about COVID injection.
For your employer?
Right.
Okay. And if
Never
you,
been to this board before, first time.
you would tell us where, again, where you were employed in December of 2022,
Again, where I was employed
in December of 22.
at the Baptist Medical Center in Pearl.
And is it correct that a voicemail message was left by a patient on December the 7th, 2022, and you returned that phone call?
A voicemail.
A patient on December the 7th? Or a message?
Some of this complaint right here? No, it wasn't a voicemail. We
What
don't have
was
voicemail. It was, he called directly in and it came from the call center.
Okay, so a patient called directly to the call, to where you're working Baptist in Pearl,
Yes,
and you answered the phone?
yes, when they transferred the call to me.
And what did the patients tell you on the phone?
That he felt like his throat was closing up and that he could swallow bits of food, and he could swallow a Tylenol or 2 Tylenols. And that's when I advised him to gargle with warm salt and water to call back if he had further complaints or any other issues with his throat.
Did he tell you who his regular provider was?
No, once he told me who his name, I just pulled up his name up and the provider name shows up there.
And that's Dr. Sanders, is that correct?
Right.
And then you testified today, if I'm correct, you said you didn't advise him to gargle with warm tea and honey, but only salt
And I
water.
see that I had probably had looked it up online, what else to do.
So you did tell him to gargle with salt water and warm tea and honey?
Yes.
And what is the reason that you didn't forward the patient's complaint to the provider after he made that complaint?
She wasn't at her desk. And then I was called off to do something else. And when I came back, I just forgot. And I usually try to make a note, but I did not make a note or try to keep it in my own head that tell Dr. Sanders so-and-so this happened or somebody called.
Can an LPN make a medical diagnosis?
No, ma'am.
Can you give orders?
No.
Have you done that in the past where you've advised a patient to do a certain act based upon the patient's complaint and not forwarded that on to the provider, consulted the provider prior to giving that advice?
No. If if another patient called about something, I usually make myself a note, or if I had time, I would go ahead and forward the information to the doctor right then before jumping up going to take care of something else.
And I believe it was your testimony previously that you didn't know anything about this patient complaining until February of 2023, correct?
I did not.
And that's when he sent messages, maybe was seen in February of 2023 again? Is
I
that
didn't know
correct?
about it until they called me in the office on February 15th. That's the day I got suspended.
And he was having the same issue, is that correct, related to his throat?
Yes.
I believe the patient indicated he'd had to go to the ER the night before, and it was the same
Right.
incident with his throat that he was reporting again that he had previously reported in December.
Mhm.
And do you agree and admit that giving advice without providing, without consulting with the provider was outside the scope of practice for an LPN?
Yes, I do agree.
I have no further
I
questions.
didn't know that at the time, that I couldn't tell anybody to do like a first aid treatment.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
So, now you can sort of, speak to the board again, follow up that line of questioning that she just asked you. You can sort of expound on it, you just sort of answer the questions she asked, but if you want to give further testimony on that, and expound on that further, you can't do that now. If not, that's fine. Okay.
Asked and answered on everything that I,
Okay, so at this time, I'll allow the board to ask questions.
okay.
Great. How long was you working at that clinic?
Started, May 1st of 2022.
And was you a triage nurse?
Yes.
Was there other nurses with you?
Were there other nurses there? Yes, ma'am.
That's your first clinic to work at?
No, ma'am.
I have a few questions.
Mhm.
Based on the evidence I'm reading here, was this a patient you had seen previously? Have you had previous interactions with this particular?
I don't even know who that is. I just don't even know his name. I just answered the phone. I've never seen him before. If I have, I didn't recognize the name or anything.
And were you able to find out his diagnosis from either notes you may have found or a statement by that particular patient? Because it's any evidence that it states in here that the flu and there was an antibiotic involved?
I thought he had came to the clinic the day before. That's what I thought. When I looked at it, I thought he had been there either that day before or that Friday before.
And the only other question I have for you, in the Epic system, when you received that call, did you click it over to that physician? You know how you can go in and make the note and just send it to them? Did you attempt to do that?
No, ma'am. That's what I said. I did not get a chance to do that because I got pulled away from the desk to do something else before. Because you have to write the whole thing down, then send it to the doctor. You're welcome.
So when you made your note, you didn't make that, right?
Ma'am.
When he called in, you had to close it from Epic.
Yes, ma'am.
Right. So did you make a note then?
Yes.
You just didn't forward it to the doctor? Okay, gotcha.
Is there a protocol for when someone comes in or calls in? Does Baptist have a protocol for when they call in, how you are supposed to handle a call in? When a patient calls in to ask for advice or ask to speak with a nurse or doctor, is there certain protocols that you have to follow?
Well, the front desk sent them to the nurse. The nurse, well, if they have a complaint, the nurse can handle their complaint, but if they're just calling in for anything else, like need a referral or need prescription refilled, or we forward all that to the doctor. We forward everything to the doctor.
Okay, so what's the method that, if any normal day, what is the method that when someone calls in and asks to speak with a nurse or a physician about a complaint that they have? What is the normal routine that's supposed to go on in that office? Via phone.
If they call about a complaint they have,
In this case, he was having this problems with his throat.
or he probably called the call center first, then they transferred it to the clinic, then it goes transfers to the nurse.
Okay.
Then from there to the doctor.
Nurse, how would you handle that normally?
Normally, if Dr. Sanders was sitting at her desk, I would have handed it to her right then. I would just got out, put him on hold and told her right then what was going on with the patient and see what she said.
Okay.
If she advised me to tell him to do anything, or to send a call to her, or to tell him to call back, or try to make an appointment for him, that's what I would have did.
Any additional questions?
No, Your Honor.
All right, so at this time, oh, well, Ms. Curry, do you have any witnesses that you want to call now?
No, ma'am.
Rest your case.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so at this time, I'll allow for closing statements.
Just keep it very brief. In this particular case, Mrs. Curry admits that she diagnosed and advised a patient without consulting the provider, and that she failed to forward the patient's complaint to the provider. I would just ask that the board consider any disciplinary actions that it has available to it pursuant to statute, Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
Now it's your turn, Ms. Curry, for your closing, to give your closing statement.
Give a closing statement. My closing statement is, I apologize. I mean, I just did a normal, just not normal for, just, I was an EMT before, so I'm just used to kind of doing a little first aid type stuff before, and I believe in doing home remedies also, even that's not the nursing board, practice, but sometimes the patient have to try some things and see what works. And that was just my suggestion, but he didn't have to do what I said do. If he really needed help, he really could have just went to the emergency room. I'm not trying to dismiss what the patient said also. And I'm also not trying to say that if he wanted an appointment, we could have scheduled him for another appointment or schedule him for another Baptist clinic appointment. I just apologize. I mean, I didn't do it. I didn't think that I did anything wrong. That's when I got the complaint. I was just like floored because what did I do? What am I in the office for? I just told the man to gargle with warm salt and water. But I do apologize. I was not being rude to the patient, and nobody here can verify that. My conduct at the time, just me, the patient, and the Lord can do that. But I don't know what else was going on that day in the clinic or whatever. It just could have been a lot of things. It could have been a lot of patient activity, or we having people waiting outside to be COVID tested, back and forward triage, doing a whole lot of things. So that's why I just forgot to forward the message to Dr. Sanders. And it wasn't intentional.
Thank you. So hearing nothing from the panel, we'll conclude this hearing. The board will render its decision today and announce it today. You can wait on that, or you can wait, receive it in the mail. It's up to you.
The board will what?
We'll decide today on this matter. It will render a decision. It will issue a decision. The board will decide whether or not you are guilty of the charges against you. The board will decide, if you're not guilty, that will be announced later today. If you are guilty, the board will announce the guilty and the penalty later today, or will announce not guilty. So the decision will be made today and announced today. It's just not right now. So
Okay, will I have to come back, or how will I be notified?
you can wait in the atrium, or you can come back probably around right after lunch, like around 1 noon, 12:31-ish, like that.
Sorry, if you want, I can email you the decision too, and I can email you what they announce. Know that you've had to drive here, so.
No, I've been in my sister's house in Flowood. I can come back.
1 o'clock.
1 o'clock?
And if it's gonna be earlier, then maybe they can call you.
Okay. 662-614-8642. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Additional documents for the Humphries matter yet, Dean? See if we can get those documents.
We're ready.
All right, we're ready to get started. I'll call up the next matter on the docket. State of Mississippi Board of Nursing. Case number 2023-0372. Megan Humphries, license number R-906930. I am Kristen Love, the designated hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the board members to state their name for the record.
Nancy Norris Johnson.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is Ms. Megan Humphries present? And Ms. Humphries, are you represented by counsel?
No, ma'am.
No. So I have a few questions for you. Do you understand the charges that have been presented against you today?
Yes, ma'am.
And understanding the severity of the charges against you, and if these charges are substantiated, do you understand that your ability to practice nursing in the state of Mississippi could be negatively impacted?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you understand that you have a right to counsel to represent you today?
Yes, ma'am.
You have a right to subpoena witnesses, documents. Okay, so understanding all of that, you still are here today and present and ready to proceed without counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And you do want to proceed without counsel, correct? Well, I'll just briefly give an overview of what the proceeding will be like. We'll begin with opening statements. And at that time, you can just sort of give a brief factual overview of the evidence that you will present in your defense today. After the opening statements, the board counsel will present its case in chief. During that time, you will be able to ask the board's witnesses any questions you have. After the board counsel rests and ends their case in chief, then it'll be up to you. You can start then with your case. And at that time, you will present present evidence in support or in defense of the charges against you. And the board may have questions for you as well at that time. And with closing statements. So at this time, I'd ask that the individuals that will be testifying today to state their name.
Vera Rucker.
And you're not testifying today? Okay. But what is your name?
Cheryl Humphries.
Cheryl Humphries, okay. And in what capacity are you here today? Support, okay. All right, so Ms. Megan Humphries, you'll be giving testimony today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so at this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you all in.
Please raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God.
I do.
Thank you. Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor. The board would move to admit exhibits B1 through B11. I do believe that Mrs. Humphries, the respondent, has additionally brought in some documents as well today. And everyone has been provided a copy of those as well as myself. And I'll leave that up to her whether she wants those introduced into evidence or not.
The documents so do you have an objection to the documents that the state wants to introduce into the record? Okay, so the board's exhibits are admitted into the record. Ms. Humphries, you have some exhibits you want admitted into the, okay. Do you
Yes,
have
ma'am.
any objection?
The only thing is they're not numbered and they're not really in order. So I don't know how many pages this is. I don't have, how much?
234.
234. It's 234 pages. I'm gonna take her word on that, but I have no objection.
Okay, so here no objections to those exhibits are admitted into the record today. Yes, R1 composite, 234 pages. There are no other preliminary matters, then we can proceed now with opening statements. The board council will begin.
Thank you. Cause referral. Because it is alleged that Ms. Humphries has violated Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-1F, and that she has negligently or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nursing practice or licensure. Today, the evidence will show that Mrs. Humphries entered into an agreed settlement proposal with the board that resulted in a final order that was issued on or about December the 8th, 2020. Upon signing this order, Mrs. Humphries agreed to certain conditions, including regular drug screening and chemical dependency evaluation screenings. Upon signing this order, she agreed to those conditions, and today the evidence will show that she's failed to comply with many of the conditions that are set forth in that final order. It's alleged today that she's had positive drug screens, she's submitted some diluted drug screens, she's failed to have the chemical dependency substance evaluation performed, she's failed to submit to some random drug screens that she was selected for, and it's also alleged that she has not completed all of her AANA requirements. Thank you.
At this time now, Ms. Humphries, you can give your opening statement. It's just a brief factual look at overview of what you're going to present later when you put on your case.
Okay, well, I have proof that I did do 2 chemical dependencies. And I have a bunch of my ANA calendars, and I did miss some drug screens, but I also have emails where I sent Miss Natalia some emails on some of the days I had missed them because I was at work.
At this time, Ms. Saltzman, you can begin with your case.
Thank you. The board calls case manager Vera Rucker, please. State your name, county of residence, and place of employment for the record.
Vera Rucker, my county of residence, Hinds County, and my place of employment is Mississippi Board of Nursing,
How long have you worked for the Board of Nursing?
14 years.
And what positions have you held during that time?
The positions I held was compliance investigator and compliance case manager.
And what are your duties currently as a compliance case manager?
To monitor nurses who have a final order and to make sure that they meet the requirements of that final order.
And once the final order was entered in Ms. Humphries' case, I believe in December of 2020, is that correct?
Yes.
Were you originally assigned as the case manager for
No.
compliance with this order?
No, I was not.
Who is that originally?
Miss Natil Duncan.
And she no longer is employed with the board, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was her last month of employment with the board?
I believe it was August of 2022.
So just under a year ago, is that correct, that she left?
Yes.
And then subsequently, were you reassigned to Mrs. Humphries' case as her case manager?
I was.
And so why are we here today?
Based on the review of Ms. Humphries' file, she had not been complying with the order. And so the case was referred
So it's referred, where was it referred?
to the legal division for a show cause hearing.
If you would please look at what has been marked as exhibit B3, I believe it's on page 4, and identify that document.
It's a license verification document.
For who?
Miss Megan Noel Humphrey,
What's the license number?
R 906-930,
And what's the license type?
registered nurse.
And does she currently have an active license?
That's correct.
Is there any discipline listed there?
It's saying probation,
And what was the issue date for her license?
June 14th, 2017.
When does the license expire?
December 31st, 2024.
And what's the compact status?
Single state.
Please turn to page 6, which has been marked as Exhibit B5, and identify this document.
It's the notice of hearing for July 19th, 2023.
And if you would turn into the next page, what is that document?
It's the complaint.
And then if you would also turn over to page 9 and identify that document.
It's the certified mailed receipt.
And does that show that Mrs. Humphries was notified of today's hearing?
Correct.
Okay. Let's go back to page 7, the complaint. Could you tell us the charge that's alleged against Mrs. Humphries today?
That the respondent violated Mississippi Code annotated section 73-15-19, 73-15-29. 1F. And that the respondent has negligent or willfully violated any order, rule, or regulation of the board pertaining to the nurse practice or licensure.
And if you would, could you also tell us what additional facts are listed in support of that charge?
That on or about December 8th, 2020, the Mississippi Board of Nursing issued a final order requiring the respondent to comply with certain stipulations as set forth in the order, and that the respondent has failed to complete the following stipulations. A positive drug screen on March 15th, 2021 and June 24th, 2021. Respondent submitted 3 diluted drug screens on January 21, 2021, February 9th, 2021, and February 24th, 2021. Respondents failed to have submitted a chemical dependency substance abuse evaluation performed. Respondent failed to submit to a random drug screening on August 12th, 2022, September 23, 2022, October 7th, 2022, November 1st, 2022, December 14th, 2022.
I'm sorry, does that say 14th or 15th?
15th, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
December 16th, 2022, January 3rd, 2023, February 7th, 2023, and March 14th, 2023. And respondent failed to submit AA calendars from March 2021 to March 2023.
Now let's look at the final order that we discussed. If you would please turn to Exhibit B6. It's on page 10 and identify that document.
It's the final order,
Okay, what's the date of this final order?
December 8th, 2020.
And did that incorporate an agreed settlement proposal that Mrs. Humphries entered into with the board?
It is.
And if you would flip into the end of that agreed settlement proposal, I believe that's on page 11 through page 20. What date did Mrs. Humphries sign the agreed settlement proposal?
December 2nd, 2020.
And flipping back to page 19, could you tell us what that agreed settlement proposal says under show cause hearing?
That any event the respondent fails to comply with the terms of this order, the respondent may be directed to appear at a show cause hearing. Why the license should not be revoked or other disciplinary actions imposed. And at the hearing, the respondent has the right to appear either personally or by counsel or both, produce witnesses or evidence in respondent's behalf, cross-examine witnesses, and have subpoenas issued by the board on the respondent's behalf.
And did Mrs. Humphries initial this section?
She did.
In fact, in looking through the final order, did she initial all of those sections?
She did.
Okay. And if you would, please look at what's been marked as Exhibit B7 and identify that document, please. It's on page 21.
It's the affidavit / instructions for compliance with the board order.
Can you tell us what this is?
It's the compliance affidavit.
And how is a compliance affidavit? How does this happen, so to speak? What is this document?
The compliance officer will go over this document with the respondent during the compliance conference. And as they go through it, the respondent will initial each section saying she understands that this is her requirement that she has to do per the final order.
So just so I'm clear, once final order is issued by the board, compliance case manager is assigned to assist the individual with compliance, correct?
That's correct,
And in this case, initially was Mrs. Duncan, now it's you.
correct.
And so Mrs. Duncan probably would have completed this with gone over this with Miss Humphries.
Correct.
If you would look at the last page, page 28, and tell us what date Miss Humphries signed this compliance affidavit.
December 22nd, 2020.
And did she initial every section in this compliance affidavit? Well, not every section. But let's specifically look at section C.
She did initial section C.
And did she initial section F?
Yes,
What about G?
she did.
Kind of going backwards in section E, did she initial that section as well?
She initial section E, number 1, which referenced the chemical dependent substance abuse evaluation requirements.
And looking upward on that page in section D, did she also initial that section?
She initialed the section and wrote in her course requirements per the order.
So kind of going back just quickly to the complaint that's on page 7. I believe the first allegation was that she had positive drug screens on March 15, 2021 and on June 24, 2021. If you would, please turn to what is marked as page 53. And you would, looking at March 15th, 2021, could you tell us what that, first of all, identify this document?
This is the spectrum compliance summary of the drug screens and any check-ins.
Okay, and who is that for?
Megan Humphries.
Okay, and now looking at March the 15th, 2021, what was the result of that drug screen?
Positive for alcohol.
And while we're on that page, let's look at June 24th, 2021. Tell us what that result was.
Positive for alcohol.
And although it's not mentioned in the complaint, if you would just go up and tell us what the result was on 3/17/22.
It was positive for marijuana.
And what about 5/27/22?
It was also positive for marijuana.
Okay, and if you would, let's flip over to page 97 and I'll have you identify that document. Sorry, it's page 96, I believe. And identify this document.
It's the drug test result details.
For who?
Ms. Megan Humphries,
On what date?
March 15th, 2021,
And what does it show?
that it was positive.
And if you would turn to page 85 and identify that document.
It's the drug test results detail for Ms. Megan Humphries for June 24, 2021.
And what's the result on this drug test?
It was positive.
If you would, please turn to page 67.
This document is the drug test results details for the specimen collected on March 17th, 2022. Which is positive also.
And lastly, on page 63, if you would identify that document.
Is the drug test results detail for Ms. Humphries for May 27, 22 drug screen, and it was tested as positive.
Okay. So the first two positives that we had, what were they positive for? As noted on page 53. So those dates would be 3/15/21 and 6/24/21.
Can you give me those dates again?
Yes. 3/15/21, what was the positive result for?
Alcohol.
And on 6/24/21.
It was positive for alcohol also.
And then the other two dates on 3/17/22 and 5/27/22. What were those positive for?
Marijuana.
Going back to page 7, the complaint, let's look at that second allegation. That respondent submitted 3 diluted drug screens on January 21st, 2021, February 9th, 2021, and February the 24th, 2021. Specifically, let's look again at page 53. And if you would look at 1/21/21, 2/9/21, and 2/24/21, tell me what the result was.
Those results were dilute.
And although not mentioned on the complaint, if you look up to 1/25/22, what was the result of that drug screen?
It was dilute.
If you would, please, flip to page 105. And identify that document.
It's the drug test result detail for Ms. Megan Humphries on January 21, 2022, and the results of which were dilute.
And if you would turn to page 103 and identify that document.
It's
102, I'm sorry.
the drug test results detail for Ms. Megan Humphries for a collection on February 9th, 2021, and the results of which were dilute.
And if you would turn to page, I believe it's 99. And identify that document.
The drug test results detail for Ms. Megan Humphries, which was collected on February 24th, 2021, the results of which were dilute.
If you would please turn with me to page 29, it's exhibit B8, and identify that document.
It's the letter of concern 2,
And what was the date this letter of concern 2 was issued?
March 9th, 2021.
And who authored this letter?
Ms. Natil Duncan.
And if you would just summarize what this letter of concern 2 was related to.
It's related to the dilute specimen that was collected on March 4th, 2021. And it goes that, let her know that this letter of concern be placed in her file and that it's considered to be non-compliance, and she could face further disciplinary actions for any additional dilute specimens.
And let's go back to the complaint on page 7. The third allegation was that Mrs. Humphries failed to have a chemical dependency substance evaluation performed. If you would, let's look at exhibit B6, page 10. And identify that document again.
It's the final order.
And if you would go over to page 14, I believe, under section 8. And tell us what Ms. Humphries was supposed to do in relation to the chemical dependency evaluation.
She should be evaluated for a chemical dependency evaluation. But she shall be evaluated for chemical dependency by a multidisciplinary team conducted in a 3 to 5 day setting or by an assessor who successfully meets the board criteria. She shall submit or shall authorize to be submitted a written report of said entire evaluation to the board, including the diagnosis, course of treatment prescribed or recommended treatment, prognosis, professional opinion as to whether respondent is capable of practicing nursing with reasonable skill and safety to patients. She was to provide a copy of this final order to the assessor prior to the evaluation or assessment. The evaluation should be received in the board's office within 60 calendar days from the date the board hears how to executes the order incorporating this agreed settlement proposal. And then she was supposed to execute an affidavit incorporating assessor's recommendations into the order within 14 calendar days from the board receiving said evaluation and recommendation. and she had to comply and follow all recommendations of the assessor.
Did she do this?
No,
If you would please turn to what you previously identified under B7 as the compliance affidavit on page 21, specifically go to section E on page 23. And tell us what that first paragraph under the compliance affidavit said.
Mr. E,
Yes.
it's the evaluation, its initial. Which one?
Just that first one that I understand.
It said, I understand that I shall be evaluated for chemical dependency / substance abuse by a multidisciplinary team conducted in a 3 to 5 day setting or by an assessor who successfully meets the board approved criteria.
And under section 2, what does she also, does she initial section 1?
Yes,
And then in Roman numeral 2, what does that say?
I understand that I shall ensure said evaluation shall be received in the board's office within 60 days from the board hearing panel or the executive director execute my order.
And did she also initial this section?
She did.
And again, did she fail to do what the final order required related to the chemical dependency evaluation?
She did based on my review of the file.
And if we would, let's go back to the complaint again, that fourth factual allegation in the complaint related to failing to submit to random drug screening. If you would, please turn to pages 1 through 52. And I know you've identified this document. You identify it again for the record.
It's the spectrum compliance case summary.
And under selection, you'll see status of no-show. Do you see that?
Yes,
What is a no-show?
it's when a respondent has been selected for random drug screening. And if the person fails to show up for that random drug screening, it shows as no-show.
And if it shows as excused, what does that mean?
That the case manager went in and excused that no-show for whatever reason.
And then if it says resulted, does that mean the participant submitted a specimen?
It does,
Okay. So no-show means that they were selected but didn't show up.
correct.
Okay, so could you tell me, just tell me the dates for no-shows that are shown on 51 and 52.
It starts from the most recent, before the case was referred to legal, which was March 14th, 2023, March 2nd, 2023, February 7th, 2023, January 3rd, 2023, December 16th, 2022, 11/14, 2022, excuse me, 11/15, 2022, 11/1, 2022, October 18th, 2022, October 7th, 2022, 9/23, 2022, 8/12, 2022, 7/19, 2022. I have June 10th, 2022 and June 27th, 2022. May 27th, 2022, April 19th, 2022, March 17th, excuse me, not March 17th. Excuse me, I did some that was results, I'm sorry. July 19th, 2022, 6/27, 2022,
let's
that's
go back
results.
up. Let's go back. So on 8/12/2022, what was the result?
8/12/22 is a no-show.
What about February 19th, 2022?
February?
I'm
April-
sorry.
April 19th, 2022 is a no-show.
February 25th, 2022,
February 25th, 2022 is a no-show.
February 11th, 2022,
That's a no-show also.
January 10th, 2022,
That's a no-show,
December 29th, 2021,
no-show,
December 9th, 2021,
no-show.
November 4th, 2021,
Nope, that's a no-show,
October 25th, 2021,
no-show,
and August the 30th, 2021.
No show.
So she's been selected and failed to test 20 times since January of 2021. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And turning back to page 7, the 5th complaint was related to AA calendars. And so just for clarity, she has turned in some AA NA calendars. Is that correct?
That's correct. Ms. Humphries, based on my review of the file, she uploaded in the spectrum compliance system, individual AA NA meeting step compliance, where she did her AA NA meetings online and was sent a verification confirming that she did attend those meetings. And I did a summary of what was uploaded in the system.
Okay. If you would turn to page 18, and I believe you've already identified this as part of the final order. But if you don't mind turning to what has been marked as Roman numeral 16 of that final order and telling us what that final order required of Mrs. Humphries.
It's the AA NA attendance calendars. Respondents shall attend a minimum of 3 AA NA meetings per week and shall attend a minimum of 3 meetings a week of any other structured recovery program approved by the board. Respondents shall submit verification of this attendance to the board in writing monthly on a board-approved calendar form. Said verification must have the first name, last initial, and telephone number of each person verifying attendance.
And if you would, please turn to page 25 of the compliance affidavit, specifically looking at section G, and tell us what that indicates as well.
Section G.
Yes.
It's the drug stipulations. Number 1 saying she understand that she had to attend a minimum of 3 AA NA meetings per week or attend 3 meetings per week of any other structured program approved by the board, and that she had to submit evidence of all attendance through the Affinity Spectrum online system on an ongoing and monthly basis via GPS check-in and check-out option. And that if she needed assistance with that, she can contact the help desk for Spectrum.
And section 2, does she also initial that she understands she has to submit AA NA attendance information in writing to them?
Yes, on a calendar form.
Okay, so did she initial this section in the compliance affidavit?
She did.
And on the final order that you just read, she also initialed the AA NA requirements in her final order?
She did.
If you would, let's go back to page 113. You referenced this earlier. What is Exhibit B11? What is this document?
It's a summary that I created by going through every AA attendance meeting that she uploaded. And I broke it down by the month, year, and then broke it into weeks for those months and year. And then for what was submitted and attached in the Spectrum compliance system, what she uploaded, I didn't have any. I just broke it down saying, if it was 0, 1, 2, or 3 meetings that were verified that was in the system.
Okay, so this is a summation of what was submitted to the best of your knowledge.
Yes.
And can you tell me, I understand that we've received some documents today that may alter this, or may not. I haven't had a chance to go through them, but based on what was submitted and the information that you had in front of you, could you tell us approximately how many weeks this summation is?
I believe it's 23 weeks. It's 120 total
Weeks.
And I think I have verified that she complied with the requirement 23 weeks of that 120.
So out of approximately, and we're doing approximately 120 weeks or so, we received submissions that verified compliance in the low 20s. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Out of that number. So maybe 20-25% of the time we have documents to support compliance with the AA NA calendars during the last 2 years.
That's correct.
If you would, let's go back to page 19. And I think we touched on this previously, but just again, looking at section, Roman numeral 21, in the agreed settlement proposal, did it advise respondent that a show cause hearing could result if she was non-compliant with the final order of the board?
Yes, it did advise her that it, which Roman numeral?
21.
It did advise her that, she may be directed to appear for a hearing to show cause why the board should not revoke or other disciplinary action imposed.
And is these violations that was discussed today, grounds for disciplinary action, including the possible revocation or suspension of Mrs. Humphries' license?
Yes.
Thank you. No further questions.
At this time, Ms. Humphries, you can ask questions from the board's witnesses.
As far as the chemical dependency assessment goes, I have proof where I've done 2 of them. This is the receipt for the first one. And then I have an email from Miss Lippincott where I talked to her. So I have proof of that one, and then
I know on the very first packet, you're referring to this receipt.
yes, ma'am.
Since we don't have page numbers, it says receipt of payment on the left side of the page.
Yes, ma'am.
And could you tell me what the second document is that you're referencing? Is it in the same packet?
You're talking about the second dependency
Yes.
is. Just supposed to be in order by date. I'm trying to find-
It's in that first packet that has. the
No, ma'am.
receipt.
The first
I think
one,
it's a different
this is the
section.
first assessment I had. So I came here in February and I turned myself in. And then I think it was Miss Jones, Hashina Jones, had recommended that I go ahead and do a chemical dependency. So that's what this is from. I did that. And then whenever I got the agreed settlement proposal, they couldn't find it. And I had emailed her.
Since we have that first page and everybody's on the receipt of payment, I know this is not normal protocol. Can I ask just a quick question about that? I see on that receipt of payment for Miss Lippen or Dr. Lippincott. That date of service was April 1st, 2019. And the final order was issued in December of 2020, right?
So, like I said, when I came up here in February, I asked what I could do to, help the situation. And she said to go ahead and get a chemical dependency. So that's what I did then. And then they couldn't find it when it came time to do the agreed settlement proposal. And so I had to do another one.
you tell me what date we're looking for that second chemical?
I have emails. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. I'm just trying to help you.
There's so much. Hmm. Oh. Oh, let's see. All right, so I got her to send me the list of the approved board assessors, and then I picked Miss Lippincott. And I have an email, I think it's, I'll just have to take it out. Sure.
You may not want to take those clips off.
It's fine.
But that's in the first packet that
Yes,
has the
ma'am.
receipt of
Yes,
payment.
ma'am. This is the first receipt where I had it done. And then I'd sent an email on February the 6th asking if she could send the assessment to y'all. And I called her and she said yes, that she had sent the assessment. And then I've got more emails here asking about, says, thank you so much. It was Right Track Medical Group. Did she ever contact you and send you an assessment? Thank you for the update. I was going to give you a call, but I got the email. I'll hold off and see what we were able to find out.
Okay, so I see where you are,
ma'am.
and this is February 6, 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what's the date of your final order?
It was December the 8th, but I've
2020,
yeah,
right?
I've done another one too, another assessment after that.
These references that you are referencing in relation to the agreement or the assessment by Mrs. Lippincott, they are all dated 10 months before the final order we're here on today.
Right, because it was recommended that I do that, and then let me find it, December 17th.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but it appears at that time that you were possibly considering being in the MMVP program, correct?
Do what, ma'am?
At the time of these emails that you're discussing about Ms. Lippincott, it was in a time frame where, did you participate in that program prior to the final order in 2012?
No, ma'am. So I came up here in February and I did the assessment in April. And then I didn't hear back from the board until December when I renewed my license. And then we did the ASP. And then she told me to go have another assessment since they couldn't, since that one got lost. I was also at the beginning having trouble getting into my affinity account, so I didn't actually get into it until it was December. Still trying to get into it. Trying to activate my affinity account. PIN number's not working. This was December 22nd. I still couldn't get in. I had been sending emails every day.
Yes, I could probably ask if with permission to do so. Did you get an assessment, a chemical dependency assessment or evaluation after December the 8th, 2020?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just trying to.
Okay.
Also, I have all these step chat things where I did my NA meetings too. This is not. Oh. Okay. February 3rd, 2021. The email about a Zoom meeting I had with Miss Lippincott. And then I had sent an email the same day saying I just had my meeting with Miss Lisa and she said she would have the write up to you by March. She said she put a note in my file. I asked her, has she been getting my step chat papers? She said yes. I asked again.
So I see the email where you sent to Miss Duncan and said, I just had my meeting with Miss Lisa and she said she would have the write up to you by March. Thanks.
Yes, ma'am.
On February the 3rd, 2021 at 1:49 PM.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me where you submitted it?
So I have the meeting with Miss Lisa over Zoom. I talked to her. She's the one who submits the assessment. She said she would have it because I had told her I had 60 days to get it submitted. She said she'd have it submitted by March, which was my time to have it in by. And I had asked. There's supposed to be an email in here. A couple of emails where I had been talking back and forth with Miss Natalia, asking her several times about if the lady had sent the assessment. And she kept saying that she hadn't gotten it yet, but I kept asking, and then I didn't get notified whenever she wasn't in charge, or what do you call it, my compliance officer. Nobody told me, because I was still emailing her like about these drug tests and stuff, like on days I had to work, I couldn't leave work. And so I would still email her, and I just never got a response back. I tried to call a couple of times, but I didn't even know I had gotten reassigned.
Want to take a quick 5-minute recess to sort of look through it? We'll do that. We'll just take a.
Okay.
We'll recess and let you give you time to go through there. Return back at 10:40. You can stay there and continue to put it together. Find what you're looking for. state their name for the record.
Nancy Johnson.
Sandra Culpepper.
Jamie Clanton.
Marty Walker.
Thank you. So Ms. Humphries, I understand you were organizing the documents together, looking for.
Yes, ma'am. Let's see, I found the email. So the Zoom meeting with Ms. Lippincott was on February the 3rd. And then let's see. I put once your evaluation is received from the assessor, I will contact you to schedule a time to meet with you regarding the recommendations.
Write down what you're saying. Can you slide in?
I'm sorry.
You can read it. I just need you to read.
Okay. It just says, once your evaluation is received from the assessor, I will contact you to schedule a time to meet with you regarding the recommendations.
So that was on February the 3rd.
Yes. It's April the 7th.
Did you have any more questions for the board's witness?
I have all the, do I need to read all these dates off?
If you want to respond to the testimony she just said.
These are all my meetings, and some of them I didn't have tickets for, because sometimes I just never would receive them, and I wrote them a couple emails about that too. But I've got January 29th, January 28th, 2022, 2/10/22, 2/11/22, 2/12/22, 2/18/22, 3/4/22, 4/29/22, 5/27/22, and they're out of order, but 1/22/22, 1/12/22, 12/10/21, 12/24/21, 12/25/21, 11/20/21, 11/25/21.
Could I just interject, just for purposes of time? I will stipulate that the dates that are in the exhibits that you submitted are in fact AA or NA meetings that you've attended. I cannot stipulate to the fact that they were submitted, but I can stipulate to what the documents show, so you don't have to read every one of those dates.
Okay. Sorry.
You have the range for the dates.
It up until like the first month of this year is when the Affinity app wouldn't let me back in. And so I couldn't document anymore after that. So it was like the first of this year. Or maybe the second month. I can't quite remember.
Do you have any other questions or that you want to respond to that relate to the testimony that the board's witness just?
Again, some of these drug tests that I had missed, I had sent emails to Miss Natalia, and a lot of them, she had wrote me back saying she would excuse it, put in a different time. And then there towards the end, I didn't know that she wasn't assigned to my case anymore. And so I was still emailing her on days I had to work and I couldn't leave. But I made sure everything else got to her, all the tests I had to take, the classes, the fine. I mean, you can read in all these emails that, back and forth, that she was trying to work with me with my work schedule. So we had to reschedule things, but I always try to make sure I have everything on time.
So essentially just cross-examine the board's witness. Do you have anything else? Okay. Any redirect, Ms. Saltzman?
No.
Okay, do you have any other witnesses? You tender your witness? So at this time, board council, I'm sorry. Does the board panel have any questions for the state? Trooper? So at this time, the board council has rested, so now you can now begin with your case.
Well, the positive drug screens I had, I mean, they were positive, so I can't really say anything about that. Dilute, I mean, I drink water. And I don't, when I was going for drug tests, a lot of the times when I could leave work, it was in the afternoons. I did have 2 chemical dependencies done. I have the dates and the receipts for those. Again, some of these dates that I failed to submit the drug test, I have emails showing where I have emailed her that I couldn't make it. And then the calendars, I've done all those. They're documented in the Affinity app, so.
Well, at this time, I'll let Ms. Salzman ask you some questions.
Ms. Humphries, if you would, please tell us where you're currently employed.
Alliance Health Center,
Where?
Alliance Health Center,
As what?
Oregon.
And when did you first become a registered nurse? When were you first licensed?
I was at LPN. I graduated in 14 and then graduated from RN school in 2017.
And prior to the allegations that we're here about today, which is violation of the December 2020 final order, could you please tell us your past disciplinary actions with this board or the disciplinary issues with this board?
None.
None. Are you currently in any type of treatment program, counseling program?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand, and I think from your testimony you do, that you've had 4 dilutes, 4 positive drug screens, 20 no-shows?
Yes, ma'am.
So you don't dispute the positive drug screens, the dilutes, or the no-shows?
No, ma'am.
I understand your testimony previously was that you have receipts for both. You've done 2 chemical dependency evaluations. Now, if we look at the first page of the chemical dependency evaluation, you acknowledged that this was done prior to the December 2020 board order.
Yes, ma'am. I was advised to go ahead and get that done because they would need it. Y'all would need.
Okay, but this is not what the board ordered you to do.
No,
This was done almost 2
Right.
years before,
Previous-
correct?
Previously, right,
Okay.
but then I did have one done after, we did the ASP.
And I've looked through these documents and it's very possible I've missed it, but you said that you have receipts for both chemical dependency evaluations. Now, I do have the receipt from April 1st, 2019.
Mhm.
That is not as a result of the December
Right.
2020 final order. Do you have the receipt for the one that you say you did subsequent to the December 2020 order?
I have the, email where I did the Zoom with Miss Lippincott.
Do you have a receipt showing payment or have a copy of the evaluation?
I think I have an email.
In your emails that you submitted, there is an email between you and Ms. Duncan on March the 19th, 2021. And you say, did you get the results? What about the report? Have you received it yet? And Ms. Duncan responded back, I have not received the results yet. Our server has been down today. I did receive your employee report earlier this week.
Mhm.
Have a great weekend. Did you ever follow back up to see if she received Mrs. Lippincott's report?
Yes, ma'am.
And where is that email? Humphries, while you're looking for that, why did you enter into an agreed settlement proposal in December of 2020?
Because that was, I thought the best thing to do.
When you say the best thing to do, what was the underlying conduct that resulted in you entering into that agreed settlement proposal?
Drug use,
What was it?
drug use.
What type of drugs?
I was stealing drugs from the hospital.
What type of drugs?
Dilaudid. And I turned myself in after I had they asked me to take a drug test and I quit. But then I came up here in February and turned myself in and talked to Miss Jones. And then that's when she told me to go ahead and get the chemical dependency done, that it would, be good because y'all were gonna need it anyway. So
So you were still delighted from the hospital in February of 2019?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, so how long have you had an addiction to Dilaudid?
I mean, when I started working there,
When did you begin working there?
in 17.
So you became an RN in 2017 and you began working at this hospital Meridian
Yes, ma'am.
in 2017.
Yes, ma'am.
And you have been addicted and were still in Dilaudid from 2017 to
2018.
2018 to 2019.
Yes.
You were still in Dilaudid
Yes.
Hospital.
Yes, ma'am.
What is your sobriety date?
December 24, 2020. Or December 2020. December 2020.
You had any, well, tell me about testing positive for THC in March and May of 2022, if your sobriety date was December of 20.
I was around it and I gave into the peer pressure.
So your sobriety date wasn't December of 2020, correct?
Right. It originally was, but it's not now. That's right.
Okay, so what is your real sobriety date? Ms. Humphries, are you still struggling?
No, I'm not.
Okay, so what's your sobriety date?
It's gonna be, it was last year.
Well, we know midway through last year, you were still testing positive.
Right.
THC. So what is your sobriety date? And if you don't know, that's fine.
I mean, I don't know exactly when the date was.
Have you continued to smoke THC or marijuana since May 27, 2022?
I've been around people who've smoked it.
You've been around people that have smoked?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you still around those people?
Occasionally.
And if you would, if you look at page 51, 52, you'll see that you've had 20 no-shows. And so I believe you heard the testimony today that no-shows mean that you were scheduled for a drug test, but you didn't show. Now, we also discussed what excuse means. And in fact, you did have some of your scheduled drug screens excused. What is your explanation for not showing for these drug screens?
I was at work.
Did you check in and see that you had a drug screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you understand that it's not an option not to test?
Yes, ma'am. But I also couldn't leave work some of those days either.
Were you working in March of 2022?
Can you repeat the date?
Just in March, were you employed as an RN in March of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
What about May of 2022?
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware there are 24-hour sites for drug testing?
Yes, ma'am.
Were your shifts ever 24 hours, dates that you were selected?
Actually, I don't think there are any 24-hour sites. There's the clinic. They test from 1 to 3 and then in the morning from 9 to 12.
the hospital where you worked, you couldn't have drug testing done 24 hours a day?
No, ma'am, it's a mental hospital.
You've been able to find that second receipt for payment of your chemical dependency evaluation? In your series of emails, there was an email from October the 25th, 2021, I believe, which is also a date that you have a no-show on page 52. And you reached out to Mrs. Duncan and she explained to you. Be better if I can read from it, sorry.
Also, two of the tests that I had missed, I had the flu and then I had COVID right after that too.
Going back to October 25th, 2021, you said, "Hey, this is Megan. I'm out of town and I've been selected for testing today. I didn't even bring a test form with me, nor do I even know where a testing center is. I'm not sure what to do, but I'm just letting you know, thanks." And Mrs. Duncan responded, "Mrs. Humphries, if you have to travel out of town, you should always check the Affinity system to change locations in case you're selected for testing. Locations are offered nationwide, along with many 24-hour sites. This information was explained to you during your initial compliance meeting call." So in the documents that you've entered today, there's examples of communication with compliance officers. Is there not, about ways to comply with drug screening and not having a no-show result?
Yes, ma'am.
But you still didn't do that.
I tried to do the best I could.
Mrs. Humphries, when you signed or initialed, when you entered into the agreed settlement, you understood, did you not, that you had certain stipulations that you were going to have to meet? Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
You were assigned a compliance officer with the board to assist you in doing that. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And I can see from the numerous emails that you've entered into evidence that you did respond and comply and, I'm sorry, not comply, that you did respond and correspond regularly with Mrs. Duncan. Is that correct? I have no other questions.
Now is your time to sort of respond if you want to that line of questioning that you just experienced from board counsel. Want to. If you don't have to. Nothing further. Okay, so at this time, I'll allow the board to ask you some questions.
This one freeze of the allotted.
Yes.
From the facility for personal use only.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only other question I have for you is, I've heard you reference back to you couldn't make appointments in regards to work, being at work.
Yes, ma'am.
Priority, sobriety, work, find what you want for.
ma'am.
Priority.
Yes, it was work. It should be complying.
Additional questions?
I have a couple. I went through here and I looked through your AA where it was sent in. But when was the last time you went to an AA meeting?
In think it was January or February of this year.
When was the last time you submitted a random drug test?
I don't remember what the last date was.
Done it this year at all?
I don't. No, ma'am. Huh? I, not through at work I have, but not,
Not the program?
no, ma'am.
Any additional questions?
Mayor.
Follow up? Okay. So at this time, I'll allow for closing statements. The board will start and will begin, and then you will have your chance afterwards.
Thank you. The Compliance Division has worked with Mrs. Humphries in an attempt to assist her in meeting the terms of the final order that was entered in December of 2020. And unfortunately, she's clearly failed to abide by many of the terms of that final order. Since that time, she's had 4 positive drug screens, 2 for alcohol, 2 for THC. She's had 4 dilutes. She's had 20 no-shows. She's been unable today to submit any type of verification that she completed the chemical dependency evaluation. And while she has submitted some AA and NA calendar meetings for that nearly 2-year period, there have been several that she did not. It's the duty of this board to protect and safeguard the public, and based upon this continued noncompliance with the board's final order, we would request the board take disciplinary action as is allowed under Mississippi Code annotated 73-15-29-2. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Humphries, now is your time for closing statements. Any parting words to the board, what you would like for the board to, what decision you would like for the board today?
I would like to have another chance. I believe I am good at my job. I just got. Just need a second chance.
Thank you. This concludes the evidence for the hearing in this matter. The board will render its decision today. You can wait down the atrium for that decision or wait to receive it in the mail. We hope to do so within the next hour or so. But I can't promise you that they'll be done deliberating by then. So at this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed determination or to determine whether or not we have grounds to go into executive session. In a second. All in favor? Any opposition? Here none, I'll now entertain a motion to actually go into executive session to deliberate on the matters that were heard this. All in favor? Any opposition? Here none, the board is now in executive session. Good afternoon. We are back on the record. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to come out of executive session. All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board panel is out of executive session. And again, we are back on the record. At this time, I will announce the board's decisions in the matters that were heard this morning. In case number 2023-0372, Megan Humphries, license number R-906-930. The board finds the licensee guilty of all charges, and the penalty is revocation. In case number 2023-0276, Vicky Curry, license number P-316171. The board finds the licensee guilty of charges 1 and 2, not guilty of charges 3 and 4, and the penalty is a reprimand and fine and courses. Order will be drafted consistent with this announcement today that can provide you more details. And you should receive that within the next 30 to 45 days. And that concludes the announcements on the hearings from this floor. Everyone is ready. We will move into the next matter, the afternoon docket. First up is case number 2022-0940, Brittany Moore, license R-914-808. Again, I am Kristen Love, the designated hearing officer in this matter. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the board members to state their name for the record.
Laura Moore, APRN.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton.
Carly Walker.
And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Brandon Walker.
And is Miss Brittany Moore present?
ma'am.
And Miss Moore, are you represented by counsel?
Yes, ma'am.
And counsel for Miss Moore, will you state your name for the record?
Yes, it's Kevin Camp.
Thank you. Good afternoon. And are there any individuals in attendance that will be testifying today, giving any testimony, such as you will need to be sworn in by the court reporter? Okay, well, at this time, I'll ask the court reporter to swear you in.
You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony that you give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help you God. Yes.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to introduce into evidence, B1 through B9, and then for the respondent, R1 through R3. And I guess as a preliminary matter, we've entered into stipulation of facts with Mr. Camp and Ms. Moore, and so I will not be calling any witnesses or asking any questions. Or I'll just waive an opening as well. If I don't want to speak for Ms. Moore, but I have nothing to dispute. So if she would like to make a statement, or Mr. Kent may like to make a statement as well. But as far as the preliminary matter, we do have a stipulation of facts.
All right, thank you. So, yeah, I hear you waived the open statement, Mr. Kemp.
Yes, the only thing that we have is she'd like to make a statement at the appropriate time to tell her version of what happened, and that's basically what we have.
Okay, well, we can proceed with that.
If it's, can she go ahead and do her statement at this time then?
Absolutely.
My name is Brittany Moore. I've been a registered nurse since 2019. Prior to that, I worked for Merit Health Central as a tech while I was in nursing school. In August of 2020, I was hired back to work at Merit Health Central in the emergency room. During that time, I was working as a staff nurse, and throughout the months, I was promoted to charge nurse for my shift during that time. On or around about September 16th, 17th of 2022, we had a patient that is well known to our ER come in. She was being seen for a medical complaint at that time. She was in a room at that point in time. We were holding a lot of patients in our ER, waiting for beds upstairs due to staffing and just high patient flow. So she had been in the ER for about 2 days at this point. The patient is known to be verbally aggressive, physically aggressive towards staff members, towards other patients. And at this particular time, I had come on shift, was charging that night. And I was sitting in the back trying to, collect everything for the night, see how things were going to go, talking to the nursing supervisor, seeing how rooms were going to flow for the night, when I started hearing screaming from the hallway. So I got up from what I was doing to go investigate what was going on. It was this particular patient. She was shouting racial slurs. She was calling the staff several different profanities. And I explained to her that, we don't accept this kind of behavior in the ER, that she needed to either calm down or that she was going to have to be asked to leave. She calmed down, and then I went on about my business and doing the things that I needed to get done. Next thing I know, I start hearing a ruckus again. I go back out there, and the nurse that she was yelling at originally had gone and gotten her some cereal to eat because she said she was hungry. She had then thrown the cereal out of her room at the nurse's station at the nurse. So I went and informed the physician that was on staff that night that, what was happening, and that this was the second time that she had to be, told to stop. Security had already been involved, and let her know that she needed to calm down. And at this point, the physician made the decision that she needed to be removed from the ER because she was interrupting the care of other patients. So I went in to explain to her that she was going to be removed from the ER due to her behavior. I went to take out her IV, and as I was taking out her IV, I had taken it out, was taping it down, holding pressure on that arm, and she had another bowl of cereal that she had poured milk into. I was taking out her IV, holding her arm, and she threw the bowl of cereal at my face. And when she did, I went up to block the cereal, and in the process hit her in the face. I quickly removed myself from the situation. Security was aware. They were made aware. I removed myself, and security escorted her off the premises. This was in September. Nothing was done or reported to me about the event until November. I got called into my manager's office, was told that somebody had reported this incident. I gave a statement at that time and was told that I was put on suspension until an investigation was performed. Roughly about 5 days later, I finally heard back and was told to meet with the CNO and an employee of HR. I went to meet with them and was ultimately told that I was being terminated for unprofessional conduct. The nursing supervisor and the physician that were on staff that night were not investigated. They were not questioned about anything. Nothing was ever brought to their attention. And when I was asked, about the investigation, I was told that the things were done the way they were supposed to be done. And that's about where it ends, and that's where I'm at now.
At this time, I'll allow the board panel to access more questions. if any.
Just a clarification, so, this particular night when this happened, do you have any idea of how this was reported or how this came about as far as, going to your administration?
I don't, the nursing supervisor was made aware that night that something had happened. But there was never anything as far as, in the days to come right after that I knew of had been reported to anybody else.
Was there anyone else in the room with you with this patient when this happened?
The security guard was outside of the room. He was standing kind of at the door, but there was nobody else in the room with me.
Okay. And so you stated that when she threw the bowl of cereal at you, you put your hand up to block it, and that's what she interpreted as a slap in the face.
Well, when I put my hand up to block it, I kind of pushed my hand this way, and whenever I did, her face was there as well. So I hit the bowl and her face.
So you did not intentionally slap the patient?
Absolutely not.
Manner.
No.
Have you ever had any discipline against you for anything? And is this the only place you've ever been terminated from? Or where are you working now, or where did you go work after that?
St. Dominic's.
And are you still employed there?
Yes.
In the ER?
Mhm.
Did you, when you reported the incidents to your nursing supervisor there, did you file a complaint against the patient also?
I did not.
Any additional questions? Follow up from board council?
Oh, no, Your Honor.
Um,
Nothing further.
So at this time, Ms. Moore, you can provide a closing statement of sorts if you want to, your last parting words to the board and what you would like. For them to-
Sorry if I get emotional. I just want y'all to know that this has really impacted me in my practice, because I never would have saw myself in this position, because I'm not that type of person. I treat my patients with the best possible care, no matter age, race, religion, anything. None of that matters to me. And for this to happen, and for me to realize and know that I may have actually caused harm to somebody instead of protecting them in a time of need, has really put into perspective of how quick situations can change and how much more responsive and active I need to be in my practice to make sure that those things never happen. If not only that I never do anything like that, but that it never happens with any other nurse to any patient.
There's nothing further, then we'll close the evidence on this matter. And the board will render a decision today and we'll announce it. But it'll be later this afternoon. You can wait on that, or the attorney will provide that order in the mail.
Okay.
Thank you.
Wansley or Wansley? Wansley. Okay.
I'll call up the next matter on the docket. Case number 2020-1028. Robert Wansley, license R-867280. Again, I am Kristen Love, and I am the designated hearing officer in this matter today. My role during the course of this proceeding will be to rule on objections to questions or evidence raised by the parties, to see to the orderly process of the proceedings, and to ensure that the proceedings are conducted in accordance with the applicable laws and rules. At this time, I'll ask the board members to state their names for the record.
Laura Morse,
Nancy Norshop.
Janie Clanton.
Carly Walker. And will the attorney representing the board state your name for the record?
Deanne Salzman.
And is the licensee Robert Wansley present?
Yes.
And Mr. Wansley, are you represented by counsel?
Yes, I am.
And at this time, I'll ask your counsel to identify herself for the record.
Yes, Julie Mitchell.
Will all testifying witnesses identify yourself so that the court reporter can swear you in? Are you giving testimony today, Mr. Wansley?
He's going to give a statement, not necessarily testimony, but I think yeah, you can swear him in if you know.
You solemnly swear or affirm testimony about the gift today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Are there any preliminary matters?
Yes, Your Honor, we would respectfully request that exhibits B1 through B9 be entered into evidence today. These have been provided to counsel opposite, and B9 does contain an agreed stipulation of facts related to this incident. So the board will not be calling any witnesses today. Additionally, I would request that the exhibits in this particular matter be sealed, as there are some medical records contained therein to protect those records.
Mitchell, do you have any objections?
We have no objections.
Okay, so those exhibits are admitted.
So if we do reference the individual that we reference him with initials or as in a way that doesn't identify him out loud.
Yes, and I'll clarify for the court reporter, those exhibits are admitted into the record under seal. All right, so if you want to begin with opening statements, you can. If not, then we can move right into Mr. Wansley's statement.
I'll waive opening.
I believe my client does have a statement. He'd like to kind of explain a little bit of how he got here. I think
Yeah.
we're looking at a matter that stemmed, I think, maybe 4 years ago. It's unfortunate we're here, but we appreciate the opportunity to allow Mr. Wansley to open up and answer your questions. And he's gonna, I think he wants to give you a
Just give some
statement.
background on how kind of it started. I've been a nurse practitioner for 14 years. Sure, yes. I've been a nurse practitioner for 14 years. I've worked at Jones Family Medicine Clinic. It's the only job I've had as a nurse practitioner. About 10 years into my time there, I work closely with the doctor that owns the clinic. I had started a low carb weight loss journey and had been really successful on that. And he also had struggled with weight and kind of questioned me about it, and was interested in trying to kind of start that as well. And so we decided we would kind of do that together. The clinic is open through lunch. We don't leave for lunch. So he had the idea of, hey, I'll buy steaks and things like that. And let's cook lunch every day. And if you'll cook it, he knew, working with me so long, he knew I love to cook. I love it. So I agreed. I was happy to do that. And that rocked along, and we cooked lunch every day, and I continued to be successful in losing some weight. And he didn't have as much success as I did. And several months into it, he come up and asked one day if I would write him some phentermine. And asked me to call it into the pharmacy there. And then he asked me to not document it because he was concerned about privacy issues at work. I think he had thought some employees were looking into his chart and he was embarrassed. And I think he was embarrassed he had not been able to lose weight the traditional way anyway. You know, hindsight's 2020. I should have absolutely documented it. I can see that now so clearly, but at the time I was trying to help a coworker and a friend and my boss. Anyway, well, he started the medication. He was successful in losing some weight. He actually even told me his blood sugars had gotten better. He's a type 2 diabetic. So I thought I was helping him. I was real, you know, we were together every day. I was able to monitor him. He did well on it. I never once thought he was abusing the medication. You know, we continued our diet program. So that happened. And, you know, I see my failure in the documentation. You know, that it absolutely should have been documented no matter what he asked me. So that, you know, that's kind of the story of kind of how that started. He did take his medication holidays. He only took it for a while, and then he stopped it after it stopped working for him. I never, you know, like I said, there was no malice or ill intent on my part. I was trying to help a coworker. I've never done that before. I haven't done it since. And like I said, that was 4 years ago. It was a strange situation, I guess, thinking back. You know, like I said, it was stupid on my part to do that. But all that said, you know, I love what I do. I love my job. I love my patients. I just hope that you'll consider that. You know, I've never been in trouble with the board before for anything. Never even had a speeding ticket. I mean, I don't do this type of stuff. I wasn't trying to hide anything, you know, or I was trying to help a friend, you know, so, but I did it in the wrong way. And we've had several, you know, MACM, our malpractice insurer, has come to us since then. We've had several visits where they've audited everything of all the nurse practitioners. I've actually feel much better about my charting since all that, because he had gotten in trouble with his board for same thing. And so we've had a lot of changes in the clinic, and I feel like we're just in general better as far as documentation and that type of stuff. So, but I just asked that you would consider our ASP, and that's really all I wanted to say.
At this time, I allow the board to ask you some questions.
I have some questions.
Yeah.
So I know you said that you had not documented this, but had you done any type of exam, EKG, anything like that?
Well, actually, we had done things like that. You know, blood pressure. I've done his blood work before. I've done several different tests as far as that goes. I mean, you know, not really documented pertaining to that medication, but I had done it in the past. Yes.
So was he an established patient of yours?
He was. Yes.
What?
Mhm.
So you had previous visits with him?
Yes. Mhm.
Okay. As far as, were you managing any of his other chronic conditions?
Yes, his diabetes.
So were you his primary care provider?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
So his main concern, as you stated, was privacy reasons. He didn't want people to
Was.
know.
Mhm. Yeah, he's just a very private person. And at the time, we had an employee that had left for some reason, and he was concerned that people were looking into his chart. And that's really how he didn't expand on it too much, but that's what he was worried about.
You mentioned that he had been under discipline for a similar thing. Was he also prescribing phentermine without
Yes, for
documentation?
himself. Yes.
He was prescribing for himself.
Yeah, he did it for himself, and then I had done a few prescriptions for him.
Did you know that he was also prescribing it to himself?
I didn't at the time, no.
So was he prescribing to himself at the same time that you were?
No, that was a different, I believe that was after, or I'm not really sure of the timeline on that.
Okay, so it looks like 3 different prescriptions, each with 5 refills. So essentially you were giving him 6 months
Right.
supply.
Yeah.
Had you reviewed any of the laws on prescribing of?
That's not something we prescribe at all. I'll be honest, I wasn't aware that you have to, well, I knew about the 3-month holiday, you know, take it for 3 months and kind of get off of it for a while. But I wasn't aware of the refill limits and things like that with it. I am now, but time I was not.
In your practice, you also prescribe other controlled substances as far as, I mean, pain medication. If you like
Yes,
that.
we're a family and also walk-in clinic. So I do have, some people that take pain medication for various reasons and things like that.
Do you review laws and updates on those types?
Yes, actually, we have, print PMP and follow all the rules for all of our, any control medications, whether it's Adderall or pain medication or anything like that.
As far as this particular person, did you run a PMP prior to your prescription with?
I did not. No.
When he initially had asked you, did you feel that you were being manipulated, or did you feel in any way that it was wrong?
I knew I should have documented it. But I'll be honest, he's my boss. That did influence me, I would say. I felt like it needed, even knowing when he asked me that, I knew it should be documented. And I thought, well, the prescription at a pharmacy is good enough, but I understand that's not the way it goes, so that was just a mistake on my part. And I would say, I guess I was influenced a little bit, but.
Is this person still your collaborator?
He is now. Yeah, he had been suspended for a while, and we had somebody else come in, but he's back and monitoring us now.
How do you feel going forward in this relationship as far as being influenced?
No, things have changed. I think since he got in trouble. It's a much lighter environment. Actually, it's a much better place to work now. I think that he kind of learned a lot from everything he went through. It's just a much more laid back environment, and it's a better place to work now. I think it made a big difference, I think.
Okay. And you had stated before that you had never prescribed in this manner before,
Without documentation or anything like that, no.
and you have not since.
No, absolutely not.
That's
No.
the only,
That's the only one that yes, it's not something that I do.
that you feel going forward that with this, if a similar situation occurred, even with a patient or any other
So
person,
it'd be easy to say, you got to come in, be seen and that type of thing. Absolutely.
and do you currently have an active DEA license?
I do.
Any restrictions on any of your?
No.
And you said you've been AMP for 14 years and you've never had any discipline before?
No.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, well, this concludes, I'll allow you a closing statement, your final parting words to the board before we close the evidence.
I just appreciate you allowing me to be here and speak.
So at this time, this concludes this hearing. The board will render and announce its decision today. You can wait out an atrium on that, or your attorney will receive it in the mail within the next 30 to 45 days.
Your Honor, the next matters that are on the docket, I believe, are all ASPs. I didn't know if you wanted to take up this two agreed settlements, agreed stipulation of fact cases, or if you'd like us to go ahead and present the ASPs.
Oh, go ahead and deliberate on it. Okay, you want to do this? Okay, yes, we'll do that. So, at this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed determination to determine whether or not we have grounds to go into executive session on the matters that we just heard this afternoon.
I'll second.
All in favor? Any opposition? So at this, now I'll entertain a motion to actually go into executive session.
I'll make a motion.
All in favor? Hearing no opposition, any opposition? Hearing no opposition, the board is now in executive session and terms with its decision on these two matters. entertain a motion from the board to come out of executive session. Is there a second? A second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is out of executive session, and I will announce the board's decision in case number 2020-1028, Robert Wansley, license R867280. The board panel has determined that the licensee is guilty of charges 1, 2, and 4, not guilty of charge 3. The discipline imposed is a formal reprimand, a $500 fine, and courses. And the required courses are detailed within the order. The order will be available and issued within 30 to 45 days. And this is the panel's decision in that matter. Do you have any questions?
No, ma'am. And we appreciate the board's time today.
Thank you, and you all can be excused.
Thank you.
Thank you. You're welcome. Next up, case number 2022-0940, Brittany Moore, license R-914808. The board deliberated on the matter in executive session and was unable to make a decision because they have additional questions for the licensee. At this time, I'll ask the attorneys to state on the record whether or not they object to the board asking additional questions with the testimony to be added to the record in that matter. Okay, at this time, the board will begin with its additional questions in this matter.
Ms. Moore, when the incident occurred and you stepped out of the room, did a doctor or another nurse go in to finish with the IV, and did they check the patient to make sure the patient was not harmed?
I do believe another nurse in the room. I'm not sure who it was exactly. But I want to say that another nurse did step in the room to finish the taping down. I mean, for what, if I didn't finish, had to step in to finish.
Was the patient assessed afterwards?
That I'm not sure of.
Additional question?
Yes. When I asked you earlier about whether you retaliated towards the patient, you stated that it was incidental as far as you were blocking yourself. Is that correct?
Yes.
I was reviewing the evidence, and in B6, there was a statement from November the 3rd. Can you tell me, was that statement made by you?
Statement was made by me. I was called into my supervisor's office. Like I said before, I had never had any kind of disciplinary anything done as far as my work goes. She basically told me that she needed a statement from me because somebody had come forward and said that it happened, and that I needed to write it this certain way. And that once I wrote it this way and they turned it in, that, you know, that would take care of everything on my end, and then it didn't.
Okay. So you agree that this is your statement?
Yes.
Towards the bottom, it says, without thinking and letting my anger get the best of me, I slapped the patient across the face. And then in the agreed stipulation of fact, B9, it's stated on or about November 3rd, respondent gave a written statement about the incident and admitted to slapping the patient. So I need some clarification, because in the statements, you're admitting to slapping them. In this one, and due to anger.
Right. I was told by my supervisor that I needed to write in there that that's what happened, because that's what was reported to her. And that once I wrote it in there that that's what happened, that would kind of clear me of trying to hide anything. And then it would be okay from there. And then I never heard anything, and then 5 days later, I was terminated.
Okay. So in this other B7, there was a statement from dated 11/2/22. That said, Brittany said to me that she slapped, I won't state the name, and was shaken up a bit. She said that she did not know if anyone saw her or not. You have a,
I never even spoke to that nurse. That was the first I'd ever even knew that she knew anything about anything that happened.
okay, so you're stating that you did not,
No, I didn't tell her.
Yes.
No, I did not tell her anything.
okay. So given that we kind of have two conflicting things, both coming from you on the record today, what is your statement as to the incident?
My statement as the incident is the same as I made earlier. I made a statement from my supervisor that was told to be made by my supervisor, and made it directly as she told me to make it. But I never once just slapped the patient. I was blocking the bowl of cereal that she threw at me, and my hand hit her whenever I was blocking the bowl.
Okay. So just so I can clarify totally, your statement that without thinking and letting my anger get the best of me, I slapped the patient across the face. Your statement today is that your supervisor told you to write this statement?
Yes.
But today you're saying that that is not actually what happened?
No, that in my statement from what she told me to write is not actually what happened in the event.
Okay.
Any additional questions?
I do have one. Saw this, in your file, the 8. It is your employee, your disciplinary action notice that, I'm assuming this was your last day of work. It said action recommended, the termination, Brittany will have 24 hours to self-report to school nursing. Is that what they told you when they fired you, that you are to report to us, or they are going to?
They did tell me that, and I immediately, as soon as I got this from them, I went to my previous attorney, and she advised me against that.
Any additional questions?
On the statement that you had turned in on B6, did you physically type this up, or was it the facility that typed it up?
I typed it in the facility. I was in my manager's office using their computer.
Any additional questions?
I guess I just want to just make absolute certain. I know you say that you were told to make the statement, but why would you make a statement that was not true of the situation?
I mean, I hate to say it, but because I didn't know any better. Like I said, I've never had anything like this happen before. And the way that she came across to me, felt like she had my best intentions in mind. When in fact, I'm come to learn that I'm the only person that has my best intentions at heart. And, so I took her word for it when I shouldn't have.
And did you told her exactly what
I
happened?
told her exactly what happened. I told her that before anything. And she was like, well, we have this statement from another person. She wouldn't show it to me. This is the first I'm seeing of the other statement as well. But, saying that you did it, and I need you to basically say that you did it too, and then that'll take care of it. And that, like I said, she made it seem like everything would be fine after that.
Thank you.
Any additional questions from the panel? Any follow-up from board counsel? Any A second round of parting words to the board from you, Ms. Moore?
I think she can clear up a little bit about how I think this came about.
Yeah, so we had, we had an employee that at the time of all this, we had contracts that were being given out to employees in the emergency department. They were 4-week contracts. Just about every employee we had at that point was on a contract. They had hired a specific employee to come in and basically be the charge nurse while she was there. Well, that didn't end up working out in her favor. And she decided that it was her duty to take out her frustrations and anger of not getting the job that she wanted onto everybody else. So when they put me back into the charge nurse role over her and her contract did not get renewed, that's when all of these things came back into light with this whole incident.
So
I think that's why you're looking at the date, the different dates, there's a big gap, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And I don't think this individual was,
No, this individual was not even working at the facility at the time that the event actually happened.
but the night that the incident happened, you reported the incident to the supervisor?
I reported at that point in time, I really and truly didn't even know that. I mean, I knew that I had, made contact, but I didn't really think much about it. And after she was gone, that was it. Now the supervisor knew that something had happened, but I don't know that they knew to like the extent, I guess I should say.
You didn't file a report?
No.
Or write anything that day? And then after this happened with the patient, I know you said you removed yourself from the room. What did the patient do after this happened?
Nothing. She just still sat there. I mean, she didn't even say anything. Never really stopped yelling and screaming the way she was before.
Any additional questions or follow-up from anybody? Okay. Well, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to go into closed determination.
I'll make a,
We have grounds to go into executive session.
make a motion.
I was second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time, I'll entertain a motion to actually go into executive session to deliberate on case number 2022-0940.
Make a motion.
I was second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is in executive session. Right, we are back on the record. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to come out of executive session. Make a motion.
Second.
All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is out of executive session. At this time, I'll ask the board to state their name for the record.
Moore.
Sandra Culpepper.
Jane Clanton.
Holly Walker.
And now I'll announce the board's decision in case number 2022-0940. Brittany Moore, license R-914808. The board has determined that Ms. Moore is not guilty of both charges. That concludes the hearing on this matter.
I'm just happy.
You got it all. We're on the record. We're on the record. On the docket.
Yes, and we do have, all of these are ASPs that remain today to be considered by the board panel. There is, I just want to point out that Mrs. Cuevas, which is case number 2022-0064, is an advanced practice case. So when the panels are deliberating, I just wanted to point out that that one will need to have an APR in, considering that matter. Do you want us to read these into the record?
Please.
You can read yours too. I had to put the glasses on because otherwise it's not gonna work. Yes, so we have an agreed settlement proposal and license number R912121 for Elizabeth Johnson. We have an agreed settlement proposal and license number P338388 for Demisha Johnson. We have an agreed settlement proposal for Rebecca Day, R865472. We have an agreed settlement proposal for Laura Boone, R-905559. We have an agreed settlement proposal for consideration in case number 2019-1013 Janet Matthews, license number R-850046. The agreed settlement proposal for license number P327721 in the matter of Brian Huckle. We have an agreed settlement proposal in case number 2019-0286 for Cynthia Davis, license number R-876447. We have a voluntary surrender ASP in the matter of Jonathan Griffin, license number R-905650. And that's in cases 2020-1076, 2022-0042, and 2023-0028. And then lastly, we do have this advanced practice case, and this is Christy Cuevas, license number R-864640 CRNA, case number 2022-0064.
Thank you. At this time, I'll entertain a motion from the board to go into closed determination to determine whether or not there's grounds that exist to go into executive session to deliberate on these ASPs. Any opposition? Hearing none, at this time I'll entertain a motion from the board to actually go into executive session to deliberate on these matters. All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is now in executive session. to come out of the executive session? All in favor? Any opposition? Hearing none, the board is out of the executive session. We are back on the record. On the record. Oh, at this time, I ask the board to state their names for the record.
Sandra Culpepper.
Janie Clanton, Corey Walker.
The board has made determinations on the agreed settlement proposals that were presented to the board before they went into executive session. And I will state each decision and with the case number. In case number 2020-0033, license R-912121, the board accepts the agreed settlement proposal. In case number 2021-0491, license number P-338388, the ASP is accepted. In case number 2023-0466, license number R-865472, the ASP is accepted. In case number 2020-0668, license number R-905559, the ASP is rejected. In case number 2019-1013, license number R-850046, the ASP is accepted. In case number 14621, license number P-327721, the ASP is accepted. In case number 2019-0286, license number R-876447, the ASP is accepted. In case numbers 2020-1076, 2022-0042, and 2023-0028, the voluntary surrender is accepted. Lastly, with case number 2022-0064, the board needs to defer its decision on the acceptance or rejection of that ASP until a later date on the docket, so either tomorrow or Friday.
Okay,
We'll just say for the record until tomorrow.
okay, thank you.
Any additional matters from that the board council would like for the board to consider before we conclude today's hearings?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, this concludes today's round of hearings. Thank you all for your service.